Hello and welcome to another episode of Impulsive Compulsion here at Question the Truth with me, Slisk Lindqvist, and today we are going to talk about the Jewish world, the takeover of the Jews, the evil Zionists. No, so I'm just kidding. There's so much ignorance in the world as is, and we don't need more of it. So maybe some might logic and reasoning. It's like I don't know if it's supposed to be an impulsive compulsion. It is an impulsive compulsion, but it could also be a rants or us video. Anyway, it's an impulsive compulsion video about the Jewish world as we perceive it now. It's like the whole thing actually started off. I have the wrong. Uh, Oops. It's the banner. Oh, okay. Oh no. I have to fix the banner with. Okay, I'm not gonna fix that. It's like let imagine it says the Jewish world. It's like yeah. Anyway, I yeah, let's just start. It's like let's go to the main monitor and start this video. It's called "He Just Proved Everything We Were Taught Was a Lie." I saw basically almost the whole full video before I got kind of so what are you people thinking? Really? What's how can you be so neg how can you neglect reality? So like you're talking about history. So we will come there to that part the part there, but they're talking about how we were taught a fake history basically, and then or they I was like yeah because it's how should I put it? It's a react to a react on a React, basically. So it's um so yeah, it's two different videos basically. Uh if I open this, fudge, there's so much other shits going on here. There. So if we take this video, everything they taught you in school was a lie. It's a 23-minute long video by Alex Vey. But we are not going to watch it directly from there. We are going to watch it from uh, Tectone. So, because I follow a lot of strange people. It's good to follow the whole spectrum of people, except the extremists. They usually don't have anything going on that is comprehensible information anyways. Uh, okay, so let's see. First off, we might need to switch up the audio, right? Can't have it go through. So let's see. What should we have as the output then? Let's take it like let's take the headphones. There. the headphones. And what more do I have to fix? Um, okay, there. I just have to unmute and go back, and I need to stop that background music just so that the headphones won't die. So I'm actually not listening to it. It's so low that I can barely hear it. So I can hear the cars outside.
This guy says that everything they taught you in school was a lie. And this guy says he can prove it. But I believe him 100% because the amount of false information that I was taught when I was a child, like, for example, I was taught in my middle school that white people were the only ones that owned slaves. Fast forward to 2020, and now I know that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, complete bullshit because slave is from the word Slav, which is people in the East European people who are as white as sheets as me, basically, um, and were not perceived to be as high valued as maybe the Scandinavians or the Western Europeans at the time. And it was mostly, um, and the Slavs was mostly sold to, or kidnapped and sold uh, to and by the Arabians, Arab nations. So it was Muslims who liked to dabble in the slavery the most. Uh, while it was England who spent 300 fucking years stopping slavery, and they basically stopped 99% of the world's slavery over the course of 300 years. Um, And a lot of people they say, oh, they stopped all the slavery in the world. No, no, we still have slavery in the Middle East, ongoing right now. It's like, stop being ignorant. Like, they let people come in on work visas, and then they take the passports and they use those people as slaves. People from Asia and Africa. It's like, yeah, the I don't want to point people out, but when it comes to slavery and child molestation and stuff like that, the Arabs are the well, I I I shouldn't say Arabs per se, but it's part of their culture or it's part of Islam to allow children to be sold off to the highest bidder, basically, which is also something I don't like with Islam. It's like here in Europe, you meet someone, you like that someone, you get together with that someone, you spend time for months or years together, and you might get children, you might get married and stuff like that. But in Arab countries or Islamic nations or Islamic states, I should say, because I perceive Islam not to be a religion, but instead a nation. Uh, it's not really that super divided either, because you have the big if you take their ideology and put it into political parties, then you have the Sunni party and the headphones died in mid sentence. But you have the Shia and the Sunni political parties, wherein one wants to take over the whole world with violence and become martyrs of Allah. Uh, and within that group of Sunni, you have ISIS and the Muslim Brotherhood and the Houthis and a lot of other uh, ignorant pieces of shit that chop off people's heads and arms and legs and, well, stone people and flog people and yeah, it's like natural barbarians basically. And then you have Shia Muslims, which is more spiritual and are more aligned with the secular lives of uh, the Christian, the Western Christianized secular nations. It's like, or however I should state it. Anyways, right now we have the great invasion of friendly neighborhood Spider-Men everywhere, right? Shooting their spider nets into unconsenting women and stuff. We like superheroes, right? So we welcome them with open arms, especially the ignorant ones that know nothing about religion and what kind of cult Islam is. Anyways, this video is not supposed to be about that. It's like I I do not I perceive Muslims to be the first victims of Islam. So it's very different from the, it's like when I speak ill of Islam, I'm not speaking ill of the Muslims because I perceive them as victims of that sick, uh, deranged version of a utopia, uh, um, which is built upon intolerance and ignorance. Like, yeah, anyway, we I'm supposed to be watching this video, right? Uh,
I
so
think it is very scary that who can fast forward. Like, for example, I was taught in my middle school that white people were the only ones that owned slaves. Fast forward to 2020, and now I know that's complete bullshit. I think it is very scary that who controls what children are taught and who controls the media essentially rules the world. And there's a lot of lies that are taught to us in our history books. And it's very interesting now in the year of 2026 that we're unlearning things that we were all propagandized to believe when we were children.
yeah, but that's not entirely true. People say they were propaganda. It was propaganda. So not really, because a lot of information from the past, because it takes time to write a book. It takes like 5 minutes to write a blog nowadays. It's like it takes 2 seconds with a fucking AI. And if you spend a little time just thinking, then it takes like an hour to write a segment in your blog. And that's basically this era's journalism uh, rating, to be honest. Journalists are fucking retards for the most part. most part. They are not unbiased. They base all of their uh, reports, basically a majority of the reports that they speak out about are usually very polarized. Instead of just giving people the fucking information, they twist it to something else that is within their own delusional version of uh, utop- utopia or a dystopian worldview that they have created in their little bubble of ignorance. So yeah, um, so when we start to talk about the
I'm going to say something right now.
Learning things that we now in the year of 2026 that we're unlearning.
oh yeah, unlearning things that we were taught as children, right? We were taught a lot of information from books that takes years to create, books that were created with limited resources and limited information. And here comes the internet. I'm born 1986. The internet basically got its big bang uh, in its revolution or evolution, the big one in the 90s. And in the early 2000s was when it was just everyday life to use the internet. But before that, we used books, which means that we were also using books in schools up until, well, till 2005, 6, when I ended school, I think. So, so I didn't really end school because life is school. So you're always learning new stuff, and yeah, it's interesting. But we had books for a very long time in school. We didn't use the internet for much stuff. Uh, Believe it or not, Wikipedia was not perceived to be a viable source of information when when I was younger. Today, it's like standard going to Wikipedia, and it's accepted as source material for the most part. But but yeah. But since the development of AI, bum, there, um, Wikipedia is it's like I don't know why they die like 5 minutes in. So like always. Sorry, this is going to be a very, very long video. So like if I'm slow or if I say a lot of stuff that isn't coherent to what you perceive as reality or whatever, just put the video in 2x and you will see it
Things that we
a
were
lot
all
faster.
propagandized to believe when we were children.
I'm going to say something.
So propagandized, yeah, it's like most of the propaganda is from TV shows and movies, basically. It's in the media that you portray your nation. It's through the media that you portray your nation, your people, to your people and others. apparently. So it is through music and movies and series or TV shows and then TV programs. It's like basically. And when it comes to, well, in later years, it's also become that people are very happy to write about their delusions in books and portray it as fact, and then being accepted to the degree that they have contacts so that they can put their shit into schools and indoctrinate children with false information. It's like that's very hilarious. But I'm not saying that it didn't happen when I was young. It was just there was a limitation to how much information we could get our hands on. And books are old media, basically. And old media takes a long time to research and stuff like that. So it takes a long time to write.
Thing right now that might make
And since it takes a long time to write, not many books are usually just chosen to be school material, especially since books are kind of expensive. So you took the ones that was cheaper for the most part, and the cheaper ones usually didn't have the best information in them. It's like, yeah, because when I was little, slaves built the pyramids, and they had these ineffective ways of dragging the stones up, like on very steep platforms. It's like, yeah, and now we know a lot more about the the Kemet, as it was called, or Egypt as we know it of as of right now, basically, and the people, and that it was workers, and we basically know how it was created and how efficiently they built things and what the pyramids actually represent in because it's a knowledge archive. The Giza Plateau is an archive of knowledge that was accumulated into a building complex for future generations to learn of what they had learned up up until the moment of the cataclysmic event that happened that caused the Younger Dryas and probably a lot more stuff like some uh yeah, and other stuff, probably like tectonic plate shifts and melting of ice and uh, a lot of land masses just being washed away by lots and lots of water and a lot of buildings being underwater. So yeah, so I'm gonna try to actually focus on this video now. So
you think I'm crazy, but just stick with me. The man who pioneered the modern education system in America was a notorious spy and arms dealer for our greatest ally, and he also happened to be the father-in-law of
yeah, okay. So he was an arms dealer and Jeffrey Epstein's father-in-law. It's like that is a bit nefarious, I would say, so in itself. But everyone can change their lives, right? So you aren't necessarily stuck in it's like who you. Oh no, I'm not gonna move that. Like you're not necessarily stuck in uh in your identity. You can always change, and this is something that is it comes from the whole idea that it's like we have to do this. It's like let's see. Where can I there assets and there and there, and that whole idea comes from this basically, the universal balance. There you can always change who you are. Uh, so
What?
Oh, and he also went missing in a mysterious yacht accident, whatever
Really?
that is. By the time you're done watching this video,
Okay.
you'll know that not only am I not the crazy one, you yourself might leave with your reality completely shattered.
Okay,
And
I'm ready.
I'm not exaggerating.
now I'm not an American. So I'm Swedish. I live in Sweden. But when it comes to American stuff, so what happens in America eventually tends to happen in Europe, which is fucking insane. But but it's the reality of the world we live in. It's like if things escalate in the US, it usually escalate in Europe too. If things escalate in Europe, it kind of escalates into America too, especially when it comes to like um, corporations. But yeah, um, when it comes to the whole, so like now the title of the video that I am making is the U-ish world. So there's going to be a lot of U-ish and a lot of U-ish stuff in this.
Okay.
And I don't mean to overhype this video. I hope you guys can be the judge of how it ends up. But I personally think that
I'm gonna go into this as unbiased as I possibly can. I'm willing to hear this guy out.
this might be the most important and most revealing video I've ever made on this channel.
How is
Because
everybody
there's a
always
lot.
related to
There's a lot,
Epstein?
trust me.
Is there anybody? Ooh, also, I love that water. This guy lives in Texas because only Texans have this water. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein. Is there a single person in higher power that just didn't want to fuck kids? I'm so confused.
Because what happens if you realize that everything they taught you in school from a young age might
Yeah, there. For those that have totally missed the Jeffrey Epstein affairs of the Jeffrey Epstein Island, that has been portrayed in fucking mainstream child. This is yeah, I'm not gonna bring that right now, but in SpongeBob, you have an episode where he gets an address, and that address is to Epstein Island. So like the whole child molesting stuff. It's heartbreaking how developed it is. But then again, you have to think that we are about 8 billion people on this planet, and that doesn't mean we have like 1 billion pedos running around, just because there's a lot of pedos being spoken about. It's like they're a minority, and minorities has this habit of working together with each other in order to capitulate others, right? So let's continue.
Have all been built upon lies and deception.
Well, that'd be pretty bad.
If you're my age and you went to school in America, I guarantee that you recognize and remember these books, and specifically this company, McGraw-Hill.
This is not a company that I know anything of, because it's not been part of the Swedish books. Most of the books here are from, I can't remember the book, the business right now, but I think it is one of the richest families in Sweden that owns it. If I remember correctly, the Wallenbergs. But I'm not sure.
It's one of the biggest educational publishers in this entire country, the United States, and one of the biggest in the world, actually.
You know, the sad thing about elementary schools is I live in a neighborhood, there's an elementary school, a couple miles down the road. They're like 8 or 9. They just look like minimum security prisons. They just look depressing. They look tired. They look mundane, and they look oversecured. And, it's kind of a sad environment for children to be raised in. It's a shame. That's why honestly, if I have kids, I think I'm just going to homeschool them. Because the public school system, I honestly think it's failing the citizens of the United States.
And they actually own almost a quarter of the entire market share of the American education system. They're literally everywhere. You'll see their logo plastered in every corner of the classroom. Not only in textbooks, but also like online programs, standardized exams.
Okay, I had the usual scam call that comes in from time to time as soon as I'm actually doing stuff.
Everything even remotely related to the educational business likely has McGraw-Hill involved in some way. Trying to find a classroom without McGraw-Hill is almost like trying to find a lake without fish in it.
Okay, let's check that. Around 22% market share in K-12 textbooks as 2021 data, but McGraw-Hill claims their products reach 92% of U.S. school districts. Very, very, very interesting.
Nearly impossible. And that's why, again, anyone around my age in America who went to school, so basically everyone, I guarantee will tell you that these not only...
Yeah, if a publisher is competitive with the price and they have a high factual rate to the information in the books, then the books are automatically going to be the first choice. Like cheap books or cheaper books with more correct information. So expensive book, less factual. So which one do you want? Like, and that's how you compete with others and take a high market share. You give people a cheap product that has high quality. Basic capitalism. It's like, and that's how you overtake a market.
Seen, but also read from these textbooks as they were growing up.
Sure.
Feel free to leave a comment, by the way, if you'd like to confirm that. But moral of the story is that McGraw-Hill, it was truly ubiquitous. It was everywhere within American education. It's just everywhere. There's no other way around it. Now, do you know who owns McGraw-Hill?
No.
Who exactly has been in charge of the way our textbooks are written and published in the modern education system?
I'm going to guess, based on the current trends of the United States, I'm going to guess it's the Jews.
of the United States? Well, if you somehow took the totally wild and random guess that greatest ally might be involved.
Yeah, and here comes the whole the greatest ally stuff. It's like for myself, I did write some comments. You can pause the video and read them there. It's like, but I'm going to um, talk a bit of it anyways here right now, and this is mostly why so I I wanted to create this impulsive compulsion video, which is also around Soros anyways. Like anyway, the whole thing with why is it that people keep on thinking that Jews are this super united front? It's like Israel is as divided as any other fucking nation on the planet. It's like they they have people that are anti-America, anti the war, anti-Zionists inside of the country that they want to be a part of, which makes them kind of Zionist. So yeah. Um, and then we have the whole others. It's like there's always going to be people with different mental states. So like there are no people on this planet that are a carbon copy of another. Or or a mirror of another. It's like a direct a direct carbon copy. Is that the right way to? Well, anyway, equally as much as like we have anti-Zionism or anti-Semitism and anti-Zionist propaganda or propagandists or people and everywhere in all nations of the world. We have communists and Nazis and fascists and feminists, which are fascists, and we have Antifa, which are fascists. Um, we have uh, we have Islamists running around trying to take over different parts of the world, and at the same time do as much destruction as possible, probably. Um, but we also have the nice Muslims that just want to live their fucking lives away from Islamism and all these uh, corrupted nations that they've come from. Um, and then we have ignorant people stating that yeah, America is everywhere fighting always and boom 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 on every country in the fucking world. It's like yeah, not really though. Yeah, there are some incentives to go into other countries, like, ooh, if I go in here, I can get cheaper oil and cheaper resources if I can just get all these terrorists to like either This is going to happen a couple of more times. I promise that. Anyway, they either want the terrorists to play nice, and that's what's been going on for like decades now. When it comes to Iran, uh, which has been threatening the world with if you don't do as I want everything to be done, then this and this and that happens. Okay? And people they're like too resource and money conscious to even think the thought that you should not um, what's called now? It's like compromise for a terrorist or with a terrorist. So, but people have been doing that for a long, long time, and it's starting to show that it was the wrong thing because when we have been deliberately stating we we don't want to have any bad affairs with this country. We've at the same time just thrown money towards it's like these oil states that have used the oil money to put into uh, terrorist organizations and terror cells, which is then sent to Israel and other countries. It's like we have Christians being killed, murdered in different places in the world, and there's so much propaganda going on. So people, the only thing they are talking about is, oh, these 20,000 children in Gaza. Oh, I'm so sad about the 20,000 or 30,000 or 70,000 that dies. Yeah, but a million dies in Yemen. You don't care a fucking shit about that. A million dies in Africa. It's like, sorry. It's like people die everywhere, either from starvation or from famine or from uh, sickness or from wars. They die at larger rates, higher rates than they do in the whole Israel-Palestine affair. But we have the propagandists everywhere because Qatar is feeding money into organizations that use AI and a lot of other lies, so like AI to create videos and lies and deep fake material and other stuff. And then you have uh, people that get other kind of misinformation where they reuse old material to recreate it as new material and resend that to repopulate the world with old news as new news, and people get enraged by all of this, and at the same time the media is like fuck Israel everywhere in the whole fucking world. And at the same time, they're like, oh, no, 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 we don't have any rapes or any violence or anything in our countries. Everything is sunshine and rainbows. Can't you see all the unicorns and butterflies? Like, everything is perfect. It's like, yeah, up until years later when there was so much pressure on the governments. That they eventually released information about all the gang rapes and uh, assaults, and it's like, who the fuck goes and hits someone and then pisses on them after a robbery? Like, what kind of mentality do you have? It's like, are you fucking animal? It's like, but that's been going on in Sweden. It's like Africans and others going around raping young women and attacking. Yeah. So, I do not know at which percentage all the crime rate is right now, but it can't be good since most of the political parties are actually working together and have new laws in place for the immigration and those that have immigrated. New laws that are very conservative and um, patriotic, basically, which is very new for me to uh, see in Sweden, to be honest. Anyways, where were we? Oh yeah, the whole Israel stuff. So like we have, most Sunni Muslims love Adolf Hitler also. It's like, which is mind-boggling. People are super against Nazis. Nazis that do what exactly? They protest and then Antifa goes out and starts to fight them because they're fascists. But they barely have enough people to hold a fucking political political party. And the political party is so extremist that no one really wants to have them in power, which means they will never come to power. And then you have the Muslims, the nice sleeper cells that are just here doing and saying nice stuff and then ends up being uh, Salafists, meaning people that want to indoctrinate people with Islam and further Islam and um, change the nations from within with halal meat. So like we are the meat industry in Sweden is basically already halal. It's like you I'm a vegan, but uh yeah, I think that halal is not halal. So if you are a Muslim and you eat meat, you're eating animals, and you're to minimize suffering in the world, if you're a real Muslim, then you should not be eating animals. That's my stance on it. So yeah, Muslims should be vegan. Also, the whole uh, problem with uh, I get so frustrated the when the headphones just die mid-sentence. Um, I've forgotten what I was talking about. Oh shit.
How did I know before we even started?
In some way, if you know what I mean,
Yep.
you would actually be correct in this case.
There it is.
And specifically, I'm going to go in detail talking about this individual, who might as well be the most interesting man in the world, possibly one of the most dangerous people to exist in modern history.
Really?
This is a man by the name of Robert Maxwell. Some of you might know who he is, but if you don't, stay with me. Robert Maxwell was based out of Britain in the late 1900s, and he was a politician and media tycoon. He actually originally owned the textbook publishing company Macmillan, which you might have also seen before, because they're also a big player in the educational industry, not only in Britain, but also in the US. I've seen their books as well, and so have you probably. In 1989, Robert Maxwell entered a joint venture where he combined his Macmillan with this other, even bigger company, McGraw-Hill, and together they formed Macmillan McGraw-Hill, a giant conglomerate and almost like a mini monopoly over the American education system. Again, I'll remind you that literally everyone who has set foot in an American public school has read a McGraw-Hill textbook before,
Sure.
and this individual, Robert Maxwell, had a huge chunk of ownership over that specific company. Now, do you know who Robert Maxwell is? Does the name Maxwell ring a bell, perhaps, if you've
No. Is this Jeffrey Epstein's dad?
been into politics and even dabbled in the world of conspiracies, even though most conspiracies are true these days?
That's very true. I mean, I still can't believe Pizzagate was true, where Al Jones blew the whistle on higher-ranking celebrities and politicians ordering cheese pizza at a restaurant as a way to engage in fucking children. I cannot. Oh, and also eating children. I cannot believe that's real. And the fact that we glaze over that so nonchalantly is insane to me.
Robert Maxwell is the father of the notorious Ghislaine Maxwell,
Oh,
the partner of
Jesus Christ.
These things can't be neglected though. They are strange connections. It's like Jeffrey Epstein and then being connected to Jeffrey and the educational system in the US. Now, their books haven't spread to Sweden or other countries, I think. I hope. But yeah, everything is like being opened up now. It's like, as the Buddha stated, is like there are three things that cannot be hidden long. It's like the sun, the moon, and the truth. It's like the internet. The internet. It's digging up. We are able to dig up all truths if we want to. And a lot of truths are very difficult to take in. They're not only difficult to hear about, they're also difficult to actually comprehend, such as the whole sex trafficking of children and also the cannibalism that has allegedly been going on. I fucking hate it when it's like, yeah.
Right? Damn! How is it all connected?
the notorious Jeffrey fucking Epstein. What does that mean? Well, in simplest terms,
God
the
damn!
person that published the textbooks that we learned from during our most formative childhood years in school was functionally Jeffrey Epstein's father-in-law. I repeat, the person that published the textbooks that either you read or that your child is currently reading in school was Jeffrey Epstein's father-in-law.
Bro, this is what I mean. Like, it is so.
Yeah, but at the same time, even if someone is your father-in-law, you can still be. It's like you can have a relative that is a mass murderer and still not be a mass murderer yourself. You can still have despicable people in your vicinity and not be as them. So it's not. So the whole question here then becomes, how connected were they? Were they like meeting every other day, or just some just here and there while they were, or just here and there while they were like um, while there was a holiday. It's like it's we need that kind of information too. We can't just take the connection and then it's like make it into something else. So just oh, there's a lot of views here, and these views they are connected to this asshole, which kind of deleted himself. It's like suicided in the prison where there was a new guard, and no, he was sleeping, and the video just mysteriously didn't work in the moment of Mr. Epstein hanging himself. Yeah, sounds a bit like murder. But yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, it sounds like murder, but without definitive proof, who's to say?
Scary for a child to be raised in this environment filled with agenda pushing and just it's brainwash. It's propaganda everywhere. I mean, these schools, they teach
Yeah, but what's in the books? Is the information factual or not? That's the big question, right? Not who's connected to the fucking books. It's not it's not this person here that wrote the books. He has signed off on the books or signed off on the sales or something else. He's not connected directly, probably not directly connected to the books. He's a publisher or owner of a publishing firm, which means he wants to earn money, so he buys in good material. You make a good book, I sell it cheap, and I fix it so that everyone wants to buy it. That's his job. That means that he has other people working for him to sign off which books are eligible to be under his firm's name, right? That's logic. Logic and reason. It's like it doesn't have to be a big, super big conspiracy where the youth are trying to indoctrinate our children with some stupid ideas. No, but there are some despicable things regarding Mr. Epstein here, which was that he supposedly um, put a lot of money into the trans communities and propaganda and pushed that agenda, which means it's like if you can degrade people's moral standing, then you have a greater chance of um, expanding your realm of expanding your kingdom basically to others. The whole thing with the LG alphabet people is also that some of them have been actively pursuing the whole idea of accepting um minor attracted people or something like that, pedophiles basically, as normal human beings. Yeah, they are normal fucking human beings. They have the same value as me and the child that they might go and touch, But as soon as they touch them, their actions make them worth zero. Even though they have the same value as you and me, life-wise, their actions hold no value at all at that point. It's like, yeah. So I
You to be
fucking hate
gay.
it. Yeah, but it's been that community, anyways, that has been have had extremists that want to push more acceptance towards pedophiles, and I figure that it's probably the pedophile leader and his gang that has been putting a lot and a lot and a lot of money into it in order to have the general public or indoctrinate the general public to accept pedophiles in the case where they would be found out, which was were they were found out. Now, a lot of people, they want the Epstein files delivered to the public. I don't know what the fuck the public are supposed to be doing with the Epstein files. I don't think that they will do much good in the hands of the public at this given moment. I think that the Epstein files should be locked away at least for like 5 years or so till the FBI and other three-letter agencies, together with other letter agencies in Europe and other places, have a combined force that will engage against the pedo ring that Epstein created. And you can't have the Epstein files floating around, uh, basically pointing out people, because if that happens, then a bunch of people might just vanish tracelessly or no longer exist. So, yeah, see, people have to think in more terms than just the present and oh, than the current situation.
They teach you it's cool to be trans. They teach you to be atheist, and they just make you retarded. They do, and it's by design, man. I feel like we as a people, when possible, we need to be homeschooling our children if there is any plausible way to do that. I mean, I've seen horror.
I don't think you should homeschool people. The thing is, with humans are animals, and we are social animals. So it's very important to come in contact with others your age when you're small, so that you can build deep relations, deep friendships and such with people uh, that can be built to be stronger over time and throughout the whole um, sequence of your life, or however I should put it. It's like it's very important with other children around, uh, out of the development aspect. So homeschooling isn't the best thing because both parents will not be there anyways. They will probably have a hired teacher instead of teaching the children themselves, and when they do, they will have these conspiratorial ideas about who's trying to do what, and then neglect real factual um, books or sources because it's connected to this and that person in some kind of fucked up way, which we don't even know if there's been a fucked up way between these people.
Stories of parents who send their kids to public school and their child is completely unrecognizable to who they were 1 to 2 years ago. And that scares the fuck out of me. And let's be all real. It's obvious. The kids are getting worse. I mean, let's be real, guys. 6, 7 should not be as funny as it is, but my God, we're also brainwashed. It's the funniest shit on earth.
I don't even know how to overstate it. This is the kind of stuff that makes you question your entire reality. This is genuinely insane. Like, just how everything tied back to Epstein.
No, it doesn't question the whole fucking reality. It's like things that do question your fucking reality would be the flat Earth theory. It's like if you start thinking that the world is flat and then get stuck in that without ever comprehending that it's about the perspectives that you share with the immediate sight in front of you. It's like, okay, I just played the video like for a short amount of time. So like, did these not register? It's like I'm so tired of these. It's like I don't know if it's these or if it's Linux doing it, but these they shut down so damn fast. If I don't have music in the background, I'm not gonna be able to have music in the background while also playing this video into the headphones. It's like, and now I can't even remember what I was about to say.
Some way. And another thing, did you know that Jeffrey Epstein actually won a Powerball lottery too? But this is actually just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more to get to, and it'll blow your mind even more if it hasn't already.
I'm already fucked. I have no idea how this video only has 30,000 views. This is already.
Oh yeah. I was talking about the flat Earth. If you get stuck in the flat Earth, it's about the perspectives, your perspectives, and you're supposed to be focusing on the macro levels and the micro levels and the self and the not the projection, but the expression of self towards outwards and a lot of other stuff. And there's when you can figure out that the whole thing, the whole pattern recognition that you're stuck with is about perception, perception of self, and the perception of what we see, then you start to evolve mentally to the degree where you can actually step away from the flat earth theory and delve into other stuff like trust issues, because trust issues is uh the biggest fucking problem there is. Ignorance is the absolute highest form of evil there is, though. But when it comes to uh, trust issues, that's a big fucking problem because if you don't trust yourself, you also project the distrust to others. Sure, you could have had a bad relationship to your parents when you were a child. I sure as hell had. and it kind of fucked up my way of trusting people, but it also fucked up how much I trusted the government and other stuff also. So to not being able to trust anyone just because you can't trust your parents or your relatives, it becomes it's a societal problem. But I overcame that by first looking towards the perspectives, then comprehending that it was about me and not the external, and then the trust issues, delving deeper into me and all of that. It's like, and when I did that, I evolved eventually, and I came to the conclusion that there isn't a global conspiracy going on, but there are a lot of trust issues going on. And because there's a lot of trust issues in the world, people tend to work together with those they trust, even though they are super criminal or not. If they can be trusted, they will be used. Do you comprehend that? It doesn't matter if it's a pedophile or a murderer or a robber or a prostitute. Yeah, or a banker or a dog living out in the streets. If that person can be trusted, it will be trusted. So that's the whole thing. That's kind of implodes the mind when you think about it. So so people work together as cogs in these big wheels because of trust and trust issues. So they rather hold on to the trust they have than lose it and maybe also lose all they own in the process. Because many of the systems, it's like, I'm not saying that they are, it kind of sounds like a conspiracy, right? But it's not. It's like maybe some people are like, we're gonna kill you if you talk. It's like too. So there's like that aspect of trust too. But yeah, um, but for the most part, you usually don't see the bad parts in people when you meet them. You see the good parts if as long as they don't let you see the bad parts, right? That's how Ted Bundy could be so beloved uh, around his family and friends, while also going out and being a serial killer. So, so like, yeah. Um, so there's a lot of aspects to a lot of things. So like, yeah. Um, so anyways, I was talking about trust issues and yeah, presenting this. This is also the when you have trust issues, it's very easy to see connections and then think they're all in on it. They all they are all in on it because they are connected with that person and that person, that person, and all of them, or a majority of them, or a minority of them, but they're big names anyway. They are connected to that nation over there, so that makes them evil. And also that nation is manipulating us because of these people. Yeah, you see, the mindscape just runs away with conspiracies deluxe. So this is why I wanted to make this video, the Jewish world, um, because people are so conspiratorial because of their trust issues. So I don't think that there's this big Jewish conspiracy where the Jews are going to take over the world. It's like, really? I have other things that point in other directions though. So like, I actually sit down and listen to imams and rabbis and priests and other stuff that are have been talking about their uh, religions and other ignorant stuff. But in many cases, they are also very wise, even though they are ignorant many times. I'm I myself is very ignorant too, so like um but I'm learning. Uh, and it's this learning that becomes the the discernment of what kind of patterns you're seeing. So I'm in the works. I know that I'm very negative towards Islam. That's also why I'm reading and watching a lot of material regarding Islam, but it doesn't help that there's a minority running around that wants to chop people's heads off and kill Christians and Jews and spread propaganda. Uh, it it doesn't help the good Muslims that they let the bad Muslims run amok, basically. Oh, we're the same religion, so eh. So it doesn't. It's not acceptable. It's like the to say it like another person stated it. The Muslims need Islam to be burnt to the ground so that Christianity can come save them, because their countries are devoid of any decency, and uh, they're they're up to no good with child trafficking and slavery and other stuff, and they have low morals and little love for any other than themselves, basically, because Muslims do not trust non-Muslims. They are trained from birth, basically, not to trust non-Muslims. So, yeah. So even if I don't want to be negative towards Islam, there's so much decrepit stuff within Islam that it's never going to work with the Western societies ever. It's like it's either go and be gone, be dead with all the other dead religions and cults of the past, or start up your sick spiritual war uh, with the god of ignorance that you pray to multiple times a day towards a big cube in the desert that is the whole or hub for old polytheistic idols. It's like, yeah. And if you dig into early Islam, you can also see that all the mosques were towards Petra or towards Jerusalem. And then when they use, well, after Muhammad died, they all shifted towards Mecca. That's kind of strange because Petra was the trading hub of the Middle East. And their so-called monster of a prophet was probably born in and or around Petra. Okay, so yeah, not much to
An
say here.
insane fact I've never heard of before.
Aside from just being the father of Ghislaine Maxwell and being a media tycoon and politician in the UK who had influence over the entire Western world, basically, do you know who he also was within his double life? First of all, what if I told you that Robert Maxwell is actually not even his real name? He changed it to that later on in life for whatever reason. You can speculate for yourself. But the real name that he was born with was... Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying the video.
I'm loving
If you
it.
didn't know, I have a full bonus show over on Patreon that was... Hey everyone,
Quick
that are
interruption. No,
completely off script. And
no.
within the United... Jean Ludwig Hayman Benjamin
Ludwig Heimann Benjamin Hoch. Dårlig Czechoslovakia. So he was Czechoslovakian.
Hulk. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct, but I wonder if you already know what kind of name that sounds like.
I would have never thought of this shit. I can't believe that I've never heard a single person ever talk about this.
Benjamin. Anyways, within the United Kingdom, the most powerful country in Europe and having a huge influence on the entirety of Western civilization, Maxwell had a tremendous amount of influence over the government, the media, and the education system.
Yeah, but the whole changing of names, that's not something unique. It's like everyone within all industries in the US and in Europe, basically when you hit it big, you kind of changed your name to something sloganish. Something that would be easy for others to remember. It's like, and his born birth name was not directly an easy name to live with, right? Or it's like be remembered by.
I think this is an exaggeration, by the way. This is literally the most basic open source information out there right in front of you for anyone who's curious enough to just look on Wikipedia. You don't even have to dig deep for these things. You just have to ask questions. But anyways, he served 6 years in the British government as a member of parliament. He had a huge amount of control over the media, as he literally owned the British Printing Corporation itself and other publications such as the Daily Mirror. And of course, he was a mogul who ruled over a lot of the education system too, through his influence with McGraw-Hill, a huge conglomerate that was almost a mini monopoly.
And the reason why, and this is the
Yeah, we also have to think about how Christians look down on the on well, you're not supposed to gossip, so Christians wouldn't really go into, well, publishing. And money handling wasn't really a big Christian thing either, which is why Jews have been, well, it's been predominantly higher rates of people that have been Jews that work in media and in banks. And that's because of Christianity, basically. But should we say Christianity, or should we say that it's because of the Catholic Church indoctrinating its priests and people? Because it's kind of that way from that. It's from Rome basically, and out towards the big Europe that Jews have been discriminated against for thousands of years. So it's not really something new. And we can't really state that it's rewritten history either, because even if you try to debunk it, you will still find lots of historical evidence to how people have been degrading uh, multiple groups of people, and Jews are one of them. Then we also have the redheads, gingers, but um, if I comprehend it fully, it it might be that gingers might be greatly have a greater like gene uh, pool, gene mass that is connected to use. I don't know, but a lot of use have ginger hair and stuff like that, so and have had throughout history. So yeah, it might be why gingers have been degraded too, because of their decrepit thoughts and ignorance against use. Now, the bigger problem now is that there's still so much of the anti-Semitism in the world that people don't really listen to the use properly, and they side with one side. I don't really know where to stand. I don't want to stand on any one side, really. I want to commit myself to be a neutral force that isn't really neutral. I want to um, express myself fully uh, for and against each and every decision people do if they are immoral. It's like the but yeah, it's not easy because you always so I know. And because of my ignorance, I tend to get stuck in these bubbles of uh, resonating ignorance. Should I state it as such? Well, I tend to watch a lot of videos from a lot of different places and a lot of people uh, lately have been very pro-Israel, and they are very foul-mouthed. I can have a foul mouth myself, but uh, I I use that as a power expression, not as a personal character trait. It's like as many others do.
Truth, guys. So if you ever want to talk about power dynamics, this is the reason why they're so dangerous when they're not kept in check. When you're a child, you are never once ever taught to question your teachers. In fact, you were taught specifically to never question any of your teachers, any of their principals, anybody. And so when you have a bunch of kids that are seen to be good, if they don't ask questions, then the information that is put into their minds becomes a lot more harder to dismantle later because it is so ingrained in every fiber of their being that kids are not taught to question it at all.
Not right. We did question our teachers. I can't actually remember that. We were supposed to respect the teachers and what they taught, but we weren't told not to ask questions. It's like there wasn't much asking questions done, but yeah, it's like, yeah. And the whole thing that if a person is quiet and don't ask questions, it's going to be more indoctrinated than the one that asks questions, that's also bullshit. Because the one asking questions gets deeper answers, which ingrains that person even deeper into the delusion that others have, or the misinformation, or the whatever. Which is also, I am not fact checking myself, just so you know. So I watch a lot of videos, lots and lots of videos, and I recognize patterns. And when the patterns keep on coming back, then I take that as part of truth up until the moment it's debunked. So, and I think everyone does this, and the whole world works like this. We use pattern recognition to discern what is and isn't truth, and then from that we try to debunk it. I'm very bad at trying to debunk my own statements, though. It depends. So when it comes to the universal balance, I have a habit of trying to debunk it at every chance I get. As soon as a new AI comes, I try out the universal balance in order to debunk it, in order to trash it, because I have no fucking idea where it came from. I just wrote it down in a manic state back in 2019, and I've been working on it since. So back and forth. It's like as soon as I've gotten new insights, I've evolved it, and yeah, it kind of builds itself up, so I don't need to do anything with it really. Just fix the grammar, which is now fixed. I don't have any grammatical errors that I had in the last iteration of it. So its core hasn't changed. It's just the grammatical stuff that was fixed. And grammatical stuff can also distort things, because if a word doesn't really say what it's supposed to say, then the whole meaning can take a full turn in the opposite direction, and that's a big problem.
Especially now in schools, exactly. If you are caught asking questions, you will be smacked down. You are taught to blend in and merely conform to the reality of what you're put in.
No.
And kids are shit on.
No.
And kids are essentially just mindless sponges, and they will believe any of change gender.
No.
Like, what is bro? I mean, this makes me feel like my grandparents. When they say, "Oh, the world's a lie," and then they've just seen through
Britain. Do you know what other?
Have to question everything, guys.
But throughout this whole time,
yes. He was right about that, though. So that children are sponges of information, yes. Children are not stupid, though. They can discern between what's morally right or wrong. Like, yeah. But it was very on point because my motto is always question the truth. Uh, which I'm really bad at. But not really. It takes time to debunk yourself and evolve your insights. So I'm always on a steady, can the computer fucking stop doing stuff? I'm using 1.3% of the processor and it still does some stupid flickering and yeah. Mm.
Representing the country of Britain. Do you know what other specific certain small country in the Middle East that he had very deep and very suspicious ties to? Take a wild guess. There's no possible way that you'll ever guess what country I'm talking about. Robert Maxwell, the man in charge of educational publishing in America, including all the history textbooks, by the way, was literally a spy for Greatest Ally. And by the way, he wasn't even like your average.
Yeah, but you want to position your spies in as high positions as possible. You give them normal jobs, but in high positions so that they can come in contact with others. When was this? That's the bigger issue, though. It's like when, in what, which time frame was this? Let's see. What was he? Maxwell. What was his name? What was his name? It's like,
Normie spy.
Don't ask.
yeah. Back.
The full weekly show. Link is in the description. I drop videos on there.
For
Be gay. They teach you it's cool. Like,
it's
Jane
before
Maxwell,
oh,
the partner of
Jesus. Nonchalantly is insane to me.
Robert
you read
Maxwell. Okay.
spy for.
I have to question everything, guys.
But throughout this whole time,
Robert Maxwell. Oh, Robert Maxwell. There. So let's take here. From 1923 to 1991. So he was, yeah. Jewish descent. He escaped the Nazi occupation of his native Czechoslovakia and joined the Czechoslovak army in exile. During the Second World War, he was decorated after active service in the British Army. In subsequent years, he worked in publishing, building up Pergamon Press. After serving Labour member as a Labour member of Parliament 64 to 1970. He died 20 years later. His daughter Ghislaine was convicted in 2021 for trafficking young girls to the financier and child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Maxwell's companies applied for bankruptcy protection in 1992 after Maxwell's death. Large okay, but discrepancies. It would be really wonderful if things just happened to. So like, when was he? It's like, let's Wikipedia. Uh, when was Robert Maxwell spy for Israel? So there, copy and enter. Are you kidding me? There's so much shit to read about. So okay, let's see, Grok and Mossad connection. Robert Maxwell was never officially confirmed as a spy for Israel, but there are long-standing allegations that he worked with Mossad. Well, that's also one thing that I've been noticing when it comes to all these fucking people on the left. Every fucking you is a Mossad agent. Every fucking you. So, Israel's intelligence agency for decades, particularly from the 1970s through the 1980s until his death. Okay, but when? I I I would get it if he was an agent um, at the time of certain wars. It's like 1940s, early indirect links, Maxwell born, yeah, helped facilitate arms shipments from Czechoslovakia to Israel during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Some accounts credit him with aiding aircraft part smuggling that gave Israel an edge. So 1970s onward, main alleged Mossad involvement, according to the book Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy by Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon. Okay, so who are these people? Because they are the key to the whole Maxwell being a spy saga. Uh, add to chat. Who are these two? La da 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 da. Okay, Gordon Thomas, 1933 to 2017, British investigative journalist and prolific author, specialized in intelligence agencies, espionage, and covert operations. Wrote 53 books, many of them bestsellers, including Gideon's Spies, The Secret History of the Mossad, his most famous book on Israeli intelligence. So, okay. Did he write about intelligence agencies because he hated them, or because he thought they were interesting? Like, it's not much Yeah, there's not much you can go on when there's but they were two journalists, a broadcaster and an intelligence agency's espionage and covert operations specialized journalist. So they could have done their work, but they could have also done their work really badly. Because, well, there's never been any journalists doing any sloppy work here in the world, right? Especially not in an era where, well, they didn't have the internet to verify things. So yeah, okay, they teamed up to. So let's say it's not confirmed that he was a spy then. It's not confirmed that he's a spy, and it's not confirmed that he's not a spy. So yeah, so let's keep on.
while
Let's
nominally representing the
assume
country of
that
Britain.
he's a
Do you know what
spy.
other specific certain small country in the Middle East that he had very deep and very suspicious ties to? Take a wild guess. There's no possible way that you'll ever guess what country I'm talking about.
Well, it's very strange that you would have connections to a Jewish landmark and nation. It's very strange that a Jew would have connections to Jewish land, right? It's like it's like the American Vikings, you know, the people that think they are Vikings and they are very interested in their European heritage, like or Scandinavian heritage that might be 0.00001%, and they just saw the Viking show and now they're sold on being a Viking. Except the only ones that were called Vikings were those that were in boats. The peasants that actually worked on farms and stuff like that, they were just Norse people. Like we were the Norse people, the Germanic Norse tribes. It's like, yeah.
Robert Maxwell, the man in charge of educational publishing in America, including all the history textbooks, by the way, was literally a spy for Greatest Ally. And by the way, he wasn't even like your average normie spy. This guy was on some all-time shit and might have been one of the best spies or agents in history. Like one of the goats, like the Tom Brady of spying, basically. Yes, the same guy who basically owned our education system. And again, all of this.
But could they have been paid to paint him up? So like, was he the publisher of the book too? Because if he was the publisher of the book, or part in publishing the book, or anything, he could have been there to spice it up a bit, to make it a bestseller, and also sell his own career. Because, well, people in high positions, they never lie about themselves, right? And then he can just deny that he was ever a spy, because he never was a spy. He just went on to lie or spread lies. We don't know though. It's like, but yeah, always question the truth. It's like if you are to question the truth, you also have to have these insane thought patterns so that you can discern what's true or not too. You can't just take what is given.
Like one of the
But
goats, like Virgin Normie spy. Which, by the way, Robert Maxwell spy for greatest ally. And by the way, he wasn't even like your average normie spy.
so,
This guy was on some all-time shit, and might have been one of the best spies.
there, Robert Maxwell's Israel super spy, the life and murder of a media mogul, Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon. Like, Thomas and Dillon have done an impeccable job in researching and writing this fascinating book, which is like, we're going to do this because Linux. A fascinating book which takes the reader deep into the intricate and dangerous world of international espionage. The San Francisco Chronicle. Okay. International espionage. Hmm. Okay.
Or agents in history. Like one of the goats, like the Tom Brady of spying, basically. Yes, the same guy who basically owned our education system. And again, all of this sounds crazy, I'm sure, but just a reminder, and as you'll continue to see, this is not just me saying this stuff. It's not a conspiracy theory either. Every single thing I say can all be found directly through Wikipedia.
Yeah. Well, still, it's not verified just because there's a book there. You need to verify the facts that is in the book. So, and in order to do that, you need to buy the book and then read the book and then question yourself a lot while reading the book and writing down what you want to have answers to. It's like there's a lot of research. How many has researched the book? Okay. Yes, the book has faced criticism and skepticism through, though there hasn't been a single high-profile book-length debunking. Instead, reviews and broader commentary treat its more sensational claims, especially the Mossad assassination theory, as unproven, overreaching, and reliant on questionable sources. It's like, are there any information regarding the ideology that Gordon and what was the other name? Gordon and Martin. Mossad or use doing this in real time is fun. This doesn't happen often, you know. Okay. No strong evidence of a clear personal ideology, anti-Semitism, or particular affection for use as Okay. Let's see. I'm starting to get really irritated about having to do this. But okay, their work is primarily investigative journalism focused on intelligence agencies, terrorism, and crime rather than ideological advocacy. Yeah, so criticism bias. Reviewers are divided. Some accuse him of anti-Israeli bias. Yeah, but if you have a specialization in especially Mossad, then you are trying to put Mossad in some specific light. If it's specialization in intelligence services and not especially Mossad, but CIA and the KGB and Interpol or um, SAPO or whatever intelligence agencies is like MI6 and stuff like that. It's like uh, either you're interested in all of them, uh, and that shows that you're neutrally interested in something, or you have set put yourself on some kind of mission which we cannot dig into because there's not enough information to really know if it's either way. So yeah, we're I'm not gonna fixture on that more than this. It's like
I'll even just put it up on the
just
screen for you to see. It's like they're not even trying to hide this stuff from us
just
anymore. We just
assume
think
he
we're too
was a
distracted or
spy
too powerless to do
and
anything. So they're fine with putting this
they were
information right in front of us.
correct.
I mean, I will
Like,
say I've checked everything that I possibly found a little bit sus so far, so he's not wrong. I hate how we have to use Wikipedia as a source, but it is what it is.
But yeah, Robert Maxwell, like I said, was not just your average spy here and there. He was deeply embedded within the government and intelligence matrix of Greatest Ally ever since that nation's founding, actually, since the very beginning of it all.
yeah, the his greatest ally. So I'm starting to wonder what kind of person Alex Way is now instead. And here comes the bigger problem. It's like, man, there. It's like, Alex Way, it's commentary YouTuber. So I say. He produces long-form video essays on society, AI, job loss, modern life, doomer perspectives, education critique, and geopolitics. He presents himself as an independent thinker offering minimal dopamine and independent perspectives. He's a Christian, originally from, yeah, I don't care about that. He has videos on Middle East tensions, including titles like Iran is a distraction, something much bigger is going on. Yeah, you know what? There is something bigger going on. The title is right about that, but yeah, it's more like the Sunni Islamist invasion of the world because Muhammad told them that Allah wants all martyrs to work for the, well, an Islamic world. It's like Islam is the plan, utopian, intolerant plan for world takeover, basically. It's not like Christianity where it's spread the word, we're going to save people, we're going to teach them morals. It's not like the Jewish people. It's like we're going to school ourselves, we're going to learn as much as possible, and we're going to be better people. Like, we're going to be better than those around us, basically. That's how yeah. But some of them can be really fucking arrogant and think that they are much better than others just because they have the mindset of um, trying to become better than others, which becomes this us and them mentality, which is probably uh, which is probably why there's a lot of tension between people. But you have the Islamists who want to take over the whole world and um, make everyone live under Sharia. Uh, and live in ignorance towards a nameless God. The only God that wants to stay hidden is ignorance. So there, the Islamic God is ignorance. Um, Predictions of Israel-Iran conflict. In these, he discusses Israel's actions in Gaza, West Bank, and uses phrasing like Zionist movement alongside references to occupied Palestine. Ah, yeah. Okay, he's very regarding biases on Israel. Your suspicion is reasonable based on available content. He frames Israel critically in recent Middle East videos, emphasizing expansionism action in Gaza and suggesting larger agendas beyond Iran. This aligns with common anti-Israel and anti-Zionist narratives popular in certain online circles, which becomes what I was a bit afraid of, that he is not unbiased. He's one of those Hamas loving free Palestine from the left to the right, every you should die, basically, kind of agenda. Um, People, those that do not comprehend. It's like I'm from Sweden. I live in Sweden. We have a bunch of, or have had a bunch of problems. It's like uh, when we started taking people, the crime rates went sky high, and uh, we started to get reports on of gang rapes, which was totally that was something I had never even thought about existed in the world. Like more than it's like more than two people having sex with someone, or is that a gangbang maybe? It's like stuff like that, but never something that I've actually seen or fully comprehended. It's like, and then you start to see images of girls being beaten, so they're blue, yellow and blue and purple basically, and with tears and and then you hear the reports of what was going on, wherein five people raped her at once. It's like, and then you had that you start to hear about problems with the use, and I'm like, what? Do we even have use in Sweden? That wasn't really. I knew that we took in a bunch of use during the Second World War because Wallenberg, uh, one of the Wallenberg uh, members traveled to Germany and saved a lot more than what Schindler saved. But Schindler got a big fucking yeah. But Schindler got his Schindler's List movie, and I can't remember what his first name was now. It's like, but Wallenberg anyway, he saved a lot of Jews and made them come to Sweden, and this was during the Second World War. And then he was taken by the Russians, and we never saw him again. He probably died in a gulag or something like that. So, yeah, we have no idea what happened to him. Uh, so, what was I even talking about? It's like, okay, there is direct criticism of him online for promoting or platforming Nick Fuentes, a far-right figure known for explicit anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and yeah, this person, I'm still going to go through with the whole video because there was, even if this ends up being a uh it's like, yeah, it I'm not gonna stand for, it's like, just because a few people that are associated with each other and also associated with a country, that doesn't mean that all of the people in that country are part of some big scheme. You don't need that many people to like get uh, your ideas through. Just look at a YouTuber, for fuck's sake. So you have YouTubers that have millions of people listening to them. It's like millions upon millions of people listening to them. I barely have one. I barely listen to myself. But yeah, so I wouldn't say that he's, let's see, Alex weighs too much. Um, Jewish friend. It's like, or it's like great ally. He's too much biased towards or biased against to actually give out a fact-based, a fully fact-based story. But it's still an interesting story because there's a lot of connections there that are a bit off. It's like,
In the year of 1948, the same year that Israel became a nation, Maxwell was part of a covert operation to smuggle aircraft parts into that country. In other words, he was basically a high-level military arms dealer, or weapons dealer. He has a long history and resume of covertly sending weapons and military equipment to greatest ally. Even continued doing this into his later years in the 1980s. But that's just the start.
yeah, that one is just stupid. It's like, okay, um, he's you helping yous, which are creating their own country, and now they're in war with the Muslims. Who are you gonna help? Are you gonna help your countrymen, or are you going to help the Muslims? It's like, is it difficult? If the Muslims come here and they start to murder people and rape people and assault people, as a Swede, should I just as a Swede, should I just lay down and die then? Or should I join uh, the Muslims? This is just a hypothetical scenario, though. But but is the logical sense that I should help my countrymen against a foreign invasion, or is it that I should join the foreign invasion? Uh, uh, what's the deal here? What's the deal? What's going on in the mind of Wei? Else I don't get it. So I don't really care about the whole scenario where he smuggled some weapons here and there in his younger days to a new country where others like him started to live again after not living there for thousands of years because of all the anti-Semitism that's been going on for thousands of years. How can people keep on being anti-Semitic for so long? So like, I don't get it for myself. I don't really get it how people can be so hateful and spiteful and not just, so is it so difficult to hear your parents say the stuff, or relatives say a bunch of stuff that you don't really that doesn't sit well with you? It's like, is there something wrong in the head with those following Islam to begin with? In a way, like because I'm a very open-minded, outspoken person. I say what's on my mind, and and I don't hold back. If I don't like what others say, I will confront them. It's not like I will sit there and just listen and then become one with the gang. So that the whole reason why I the whole thing with me is that I say what's on my mind, and the the so-called friends that I had uh, ended up not existing. So from having relations with thousands of people to having now relations with two, three, four people. It's like it's not the it's life and relations are isn't supposed to be about quantity. It's supposed to be about quality, and the quality is created or forged through the character that you are. If you bend over to everyone else's decrepit thinking and whatever they say, then you will have lots of friends. But they won't help you when you need them. Uh,
Start,
we're
because
we're
later on, he
half
actually did something
there.
even crazier than that, believe it or not. And let's just read straight from the
Halfling.
Wikipedia page for you to see all for yourself. Maxwell
Yeah,
this as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Maxwell, the
What?
of greatest
Jesus.
ally, strongest ally,
Back.
closest ally. Now, if that is not already crazy enough, the fact that this guy literally helped greatest ally spy on like every country in the world, let me tell you this. Do you remember all the talk we've had about New Mexico and the recent missing, disappearing scientists from there? Well, what do you know? Robert Mac.
Yeah, but the whole thing is that the whole fucking world. It's like just because we fought, that just because people fought the Germans doesn't mean that people were less anti-Semitic in other countries. The Americans was also anti-Semitic, but they let the Jews be part of their well front, which basically makes them what exactly? It's like what's it called now? Meat shield? It's like it's like yeah. There you can't just rewrite history. You win against the most evil person in the world. No, Hitler was far from the most evil person that's ever lived. Like you have Genghis Khan that had almost 40 million or around 40 million people killed, and he raped a lot of people. So about 6% or so of the Asian population are direct descendants to Genghis Khan. So that did not happen with Hitler. In some strange way, he still um, partook in well, in some strange way, he was more ethical uh, than Genghis Khan, even though he was super unethical. It's like the no, I personally think that Muhammad is the world's worst person that has ever lived. And why would I ever think that? Well, 1400 years of slaughter and rape and slavery and oppression of other people and derogatory behavior towards Africans and Asians and um, Indians, especially there, and also derogatory behavior towards Christians, regardless of where they came from, and use. And they say that they have this jizya, which is a tax that you pay so you are protected in case there's well, in case there's a war. But everyone knows that they've turned that into something entirely different, where you basically pay it in order to exist in their lands, which is super corrupted and disgusting. So like it yeah, I attribute all the evil that goes on within Islam to Muhammad himself. Because he created or he changed the outlook for the Middle East in such a way that people created uh, a text wherein Muhammad himself is so highly regarded as to almost be the same or equal to Allah or more valued than their own God that they yeah. So Muhammad is basically the one of the gods that they have. See, I don't perceive Islam to be monotheistic. They they have the Quran and they have Muhammad and they have Allah. So, and yeah, there's still ongoing slavery in the Middle East. You have ignorant people, so you have corrupted lands everywhere. Where so you have 57 Muslim countries, and not one of them ever evolved into what we have here in Europe. Not one of the 57. And then they started to trade with the Western nations because we wanted the oil. And that's when they started to evolve and started to build and behave like the Westerners. And then you had the conservatives that start to think that no, this is changing us as a people too much. So we have to go harder on the conservative stuff, and they start to be harsher on people. And that's where you see like how westernized nations became this women should go in tents mentality, basically. Hide the women because we are too horny to even see a pair of fucking eyes. Which is sad. Sad. Islam is sad and it's intolerant and it makes me intolerant and I fucking hate myself being intolerant. So I definitely hate Islam. But I do not hate its followers. But they are distorted into the delusion of ignorance or ignorance of delusion. Ignorance and delusion. Um, and fear. That's the whole thing. It's built upon fear. Cultish bits, cults. The only groups that we know of in the world that behave in the same way as Islam or Islamists do are cults, where you freeze out the people that want to leave so they can no longer contact their family, and in some cases they even kill them, especially in Islam. Sickening. And you have yeah, and then you have the honor killings and a lot of other stuff. It's like, and you have children being sold to the highest bidder because the parents they go around and fuck, but they don't have money to take care of the children. It's like because the economy in many of those countries, even though they have the most oil on the fucking planet, they're also some of the poorest countries in the fucking world. 57 fucking countries, and they can't even share the money, even though they are supposed to be, as good Muslims are supposed to be sharing their money. This is why democracy is the most Muslim thing that could ever exist, if we're being honest here. It's like, if I'm being honest here, it's like democracy and being vegan combined with a balanced system of both capitalist and socialist ideas. There. Perfect symmetry and balance for everyone. And you don't need to have as much taxes that we have here in Sweden either for the people. I've been counting on it for myself, and I could half the tax basically. But it's my own political model that it's totally different from how
Maxwell
the
had a connection to this as
stuff
well.
is here.
Maxwell was allegedly able to sell.
Bro, this feels like one of those videos that like I'm not supposed to see. I'm loving this shit. God damn, bro. I can feel parts of my mind being unlocked every second. This is a great damn channel. You guys go subscribe to this Alex Away. I might actually buy his Patreon as well.
Sell the bugged Israeli version.
Yeah, I subscribe to it. Maybe I shouldn't.
Version of the promised software
But
to
at the same time, if you're going to learn new stuff, You need to incorporate even the shitty stuff that people has to say in order to debunk it and evolve your mind. You can't grow and mature if you don't take in the opposition's words. But the opposition sometimes are the most unhinged people you can find. It's like, I don't really like, so you can see my skin color and that I'm a male. I also like women, and that becomes a bit of a problem in this standing tide of time, wherein small, petty, ignorant women uh, look down on others, and I say this out of deep disrespect towards them, not all women, but towards those that has treated me like shit just because um, I'm a normal dude. Like, um, yeah, it's like I hate feminism too. It's like it's uh it's philosophy for the ignorant and half-brain dead people. I'm not against the idea that we should have uh, balanced lives with equal equality. I'm not against that, but I would never become a feminist. That's the last thing ever, because it's a feminist or feminism. Feminism feminism is not and have never been pro equality. It's been about women grabbing as much power over the man as possible and to be as free as possible and act as men as much as possible. That's basically it. Like,
Sandia National Laboratory.
I would like to say I am not suicidal. I love my life. I love my student getting to me.
Spied on by greatest ally. This is that these recent missing scientists disappeared from at one point in time. Two of the most important nuclear research and national security facilities in the United States. So just in basic sense, putting two and two together, the places that these recent missing scientists disappeared from at one point in time were literally spied on by greatest ally. They had spyware installed at those facilities. And do they have it still to this day? We don't know.
well, if the government found spyware in those buildings and it ended up being reported so that people all over the fucking planet can see it, and it was true, then it's not going to be in those facilities anymore. It's that simple. If you know about it, it's not there. So, because it doesn't matter how stupid you are as a person, an agency would never allow it to be that like that. It's like, even though there are some strange behaviors coming from the American intelligence agency. So, um, but yeah, the human populace. The only reason we are having all the wars and all of the stuff is because people have trust issues. If people could just unfuck themselves and fucking learn to trust themselves and project that trust onto others, and others also respecting that they are being trusted with trust in return, then this world would not have 350,000 million spies and thousands of wars and uh, oppositional ideologies and all of that. We would be singing Kumbaya by the fire if only we could just fix the trust fucking issues that we have within ourselves. That's the only thing that's holding people back. The ignorance of the idiocy of self. Because the only real enemy we have is our own mind. Because it's our own mind that creates the patterns that makes us think in certain ways. Oh.
And now where this gets even crazier, I shit you not.
Okay.
Did you know that Robert Maxwell himself was once involved in an operation to capture a nuclear scientist?
No, no,
Like, this kind of stuff is so insane that if you just told me without me looking it up, I wouldn't even believe it. But look.
Yeah, but how true is the Mordecai Vanunu? Okay, how true is the Mordecai? Was it Vanunu case? La 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 meow 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 ba ba da ba dip dip boom ba boom. Okay. Yeah, Mossad. Okay. More the Mordecai Vanunu case is largely true and well documented by mainstream sources including court records, investigative journalism, human rights organizations, and Israeli admissions. It is one of the most famous nuclear whistleblower cases in history. Nuclear whistleblower? That doesn't sound like kidnapping. Uh, who is he? Is Mordecai Vanunu was an Israeli nuclear technician who worked at the Dimona Nuclear Research Center in the fucking headphones. Okay, so research center in the Negev Desert from 76 to 85. What he did in 1986 after leaving Israel, he provided the Sunday Times London with detailed information about 60 photographs he had secretly taken inside Dimona's underground facilities. This revealed that Israel had a much larger nuclear arsenal than previously estimated, likely 100 to 200 warheads, including advanced thermonuclear capabilities, and had collaborated with South Africa on nuclear matters. Okay, so people were afraid of use having nukes? Or what's the problem? And why? The the more the higher question here for me is why did he go? Why why did he work on nukes and then go sharing 60 photographs to a newspaper in London? Had someone said something about like nuking all of Europe or what? It's like the expose, the Sunday Times published the story at October the 5th, 1986, breaking Israel's long-standing policy of nuclear ambiguity. We won't be the first to introduce nuclear weapons to the Middle East. Well, okay. But news were lured from London to Rome by a Mossad agent operating under the alias Cindy, romantic honey trap. Yeah. On September the 30th, 86, in Rome, he was drugged and abducted and secretly transported back to Israel. Uh, he was tried in a closed-door trial in 88 and convicted of treason and aggravated espionage, which is not faulty. The only thing that is questionable is these two parts, which is a cosplaying spy and then drugging and kidnapping. But yeah, even I can see that he committed treason. But why did he commit treason? So people usually do things within reasonable, like Snowden let us know about Prism because Prism was basically overlooking the whole world's population and everything that was written and texted and said basically global on a global scale. And not just the American people. I think that if it had been mostly American people and not that everything had been read, but only that it would have picked up some messages as a warning so they could look into that person or or that group of people, then I don't think Snowden would have actually committed treason and told the world about what was going on. But the thing was, it was invasive. They they looked at private messages and they looked at uh, all posts written on a global scale on multiple platforms and not only Facebook. So yeah, so it was a disaster waiting to happen. Basically, you can't have a surveillance system spies on everyone. It's like that the not on a um global scale without having some sort of uh, of okay from people. They were looking into politicians and stuff like that mainly too, which was like, nah, some things ain't right here. It's not ethical anymore. So it's one thing to look through everything just to find the potentially mentally ill that will go and do a school shooting, or the next terrorist that will set off a bomb, or the next one is planning to drive into a group of people, that that sort of stuff. But when you look into politicians and uh, some, well, a middle-aged man in out in the forest, then what are you? Why? So and stuff like that. It's just like it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. If it doesn't make sense, it should it's unethical. Like, yeah. And there was some unethical things going on here, but I'm mostly or more interested in why he decided to, like, because there was already an estimated an estimation. So people had already estimated that Israel had nuclear capabilities. They just didn't know how many warheads they had, and just assumed it was a number, but it ended up being a lower number. And then uh, Mr. Vanunu comes out and says, "Here's 60 pictures." And we don't really know why. But yeah, okay. And he was released in 2004 after serving his full sentence. So they didn't kill him. So they didn't kill him, which is yeah, which means that so he's been sitting since 88 to 2004 then. That's many years of imprisonment. But yeah, okay. Um, what is it, like 16 years? Yeah, 16 years. Hmm. For sharing 16 years for sharing state secrets. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I He's not dead anyways. So it's not like it was super super duper top secret, but you don't want the Muslim nations knowing what you're doing. I don't even know why people have nuclear. Is it having nuclear plants is one thing, but having nuclear weapons, I still can't grasp the idea. Why do you need such a big explosion? Like, Okay, let's continue.
Look, it's the Mordecai Vanunu case. The whole thing is actually totally insane, and I don't have time to get into all the details around that story.
No, it's not really that insane, actually. You're just overhyping things. So, back to the books.
Insane once you put it in the context that this, Maxwell, is the same man who published all of the educational textbooks that we learned from growing up in school.
Yeah, but if the textbooks are factual, then you learned facts. It's not like the math book is like, if you take 15 minus 32, that's going to be plus 100. Yeah, I'm gonna dumb down everyone with stupid math. Like it's not like that. Because it's been factual books. Otherwise, because you have teachers, and the teachers are not Mossad agents. And the teachers, they're not like the most ignorant people in the world either, because they have interests and they will read up on stuff on their own. And then they will have the books to cover their own asses, basically. So if you have, yeah, so you have teachers to audit the facts in the books. But from what I've seen of how teachers in the US act, I'm not too sure that they actually have the full capability of auditing the facts in a book properly. So yeah. But if the book is factual, it doesn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't matter if it's Satan or if it's God giving you the fucking book. If the book says the same thing, either way. It's like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Including the history and social studies textbooks.
And being the publisher of all these textbooks means he has final say in everything that's put in there.
but
And
no, a publisher doesn't. That's okay. It sounds almost like when someone sets out to have that mindset, it feels like this is a reputable publishing firm, right? So it's quite big. It probably has over 100. So I don't get it. I just had the sound on. Why did you dive? Fucking headphones, piece of shit. Okay. I can't remember what I was about to say because it was mid-sentence again. So anyways, he said social studies. Now, social studies that would be history, and yeah, for the most part, history is usually kind of factual, but in books, it's not as up to date as the newest information that is on the internet. The internet. So a lot of people that spend a lot of time on the internet, they learn so much deep shit that others usually do not ever even touch upon. And those that write the books, they are so ingrained in how you do that that they use sources that are verified. And verified sources, well, they have a lot of steps you have to go through in order to get that fact verified so you can use that fact elsewhere. And the latest information on the internet doesn't have the same scrutiny system to go through. It's just, I have an idea, let's post it, and that's it. It's like, so books will forever be a bit behind the times because they have verified data, or kind of verified data, and then a lot of old theories regarding some stuff that might end up being the total opposite later in later iterations of the books. It's happened before many times over. It's like, because every new book has new verified data to collect and incorporate into books.
I think this is why so many higher up content creators are questioning the history, the way that we were taught it, when you actually reconsider if the events were actually even possible to have happened. That also, I mean, before anybody says he's talking specifically about the Holocaust.
Yeah, when it comes to the American history, then there's a lot of exaggeration there. So, and people don't learn enough about but they're talking about American history, and because they are learning about American history, they're not really truly learning about world history. And if you don't learn of the world history or proper world history, then you will be living in this crazy, strange bubble where the Indians were super nice people. They just came and hugged everyone, and everyone just killed them with sickness and other stuff, and then stole their land, and then basically raped their women, and then murdered the rest, and murdered a lot of children. I'm not saying that things didn't happen. It's like, it's just that a lot of Americans seem to have a very distorted view of the reality. Also, I've also seen on X, I'm very happy. Ah, okay. I'm also very happy over that at least one social media platform has chosen to do something. Like, we can go into this person here, and you can go to this, and you can see if you hover over here, you can see that the account is based in the US. You can also click here, and you can see that the the account is based in the United States. We also have accounts like, there's bound to be something here. Come on. There's so much decrepit stuff that comes up sometimes. So, oh yeah, yeah. Okay, perfect. Here, Native American. Go into Native American, and you check here, South Asia. That's not, that's a fake account. That's a fake account. X shows you if it's a fake account or not. So this one here is on a phone, someone in Asia, South Asia, so it's India, is impersonating native Indians and using a phone, so they're mobile all over the place, walking around, and they keep on rage baiting people and stating false facts and other stuff. Uh, a lot of yeah, so a lot of fake propaganda and this is not the only account that does this. I've seen multiple Native American accounts that is from South Asia, and you have Nazis too, and you also have communists too that comes from South Asia or from the Middle East or other places like Africa, and they say I'm an American, and they're super racist, and then you go and you see that they're from Africa or not South Africa, but somewhere in Africa or South Asia or yeah. It's if all platforms had done this, we could have well discerned who's right and who's wrong from the very beginning when it comes to um, a lot of these fake accounts and bot accounts and rage baiting and clickbaiting. Uh, I personally think that it's done either, it could be done through VPNs too, from some agency in order to look into people's ideological standing and stuff like that. What do you like? What's your morals? And stuff like that. So they can learn more about you and put you in a box. It's like there's that's one of the things that I've started to think about because it doesn't feel like it's enough. It doesn't it doesn't feel like it's enough to create these accounts and all these just for the attention, clickbaiting and stuff like that. It's either AI training or it's a way to collect data on users uh, in order to profile people. Because I don't think money is as interesting. So I'm a person that doesn't really think that money exists. It's money doesn't exist because time is the currency. So so money is just a representation that you use to display or cover the usage of each other's time. It's not the currency, it's just a physical representation of time, which is the real currency, your own lifetime. Oh.
I mean, it's a lot more than just that. By the way, I would like to say I firmly believe the Holocaust has happened, obviously. Before people came, oh, he's a Nazi, Holocaust denier. I absolutely believe in the fucking Holocaust, okay, bro? Jesus Christ.
Which obviously will have a huge impact on the way that we end up seeing the world once we grow up. The same guy who owned like a mini monopoly over modern American education was an arms dealer who sold weapons to greatest ally.
Yeah, but okay. So I stole a chocolate bar when I was a child, and by that standard, I'm a thief till this day, right? And I still steal, right? Like, if I done it once, then that's my character. I am unable to develop and evolve and change my mind and change my actions, right? So by that standard that he's using, that then when someone rapes someone, they will not be able to be changed, right? By that standard that Wei is using here, then maybe we should terminate rapists instead of trying to develop their minds to the stage where they actually comprehend that it's wrong and yeah, maybe people can't learn, so they're just faking it that they know math and can talk, and yeah, it's because people don't evolve, right? So yeah, you can't judge people based on past things, especially not past things that they did 40 years before even creating the fucking book that they, or not even creating the books, publishing the books. And being a publisher does not mean that you are going to sit there and, yes, this title looks like it should be interesting and earn me lots of money. No, you hire people that do it for you. It's like, it's like, oh, fuck. People leftists need to do one thing and do it seriously and do it fucking fast. Start a company. I'm I'm a poor person that has debts, so okay, I'm a poor person that has debts. And because I have debts, I also have some, well, outstanding obligations that needs to happen sooner or later. But because of these debts, I can't start a corporation or a business, my own business. I want to start my own business, but I can't start my own business because well, I could, but I don't want to have investors and stuff like that. Um, Part of it, owning it, owning my ideas, and having control over my ideas. They can go fuck themselves. I I I don't go into learning stuff so that I can work for others. Like, because that's what's happens when you take in investors. You start working for others instead of working for yourself and those under you. So, yeah. But communists should go start their own companies and learn how it is to take care of other people. So I haven't had the possibility to do that, but I'm intellectually aware enough to comprehend how difficult it would be. But also, I'm not going to bring up the universal balance once again. But if you paused at the beginning, like almost 3 hours ago, then you would comprehend that I have a totally different mindset and than what this way has, that thinks that once a weapons dealer, always a weapons dealer. And I wouldn't say he was a weapons dealer either. He was a smuggler. That's a whole other ordeal. No, 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 no. He smuggled weapon to Israel a couple times and now he's a weapons arms dealer. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think that Israel fixed everything and then he just drove from point A to point B and then got associated with that from point A to B in the wrong way historically.
Installed Greatest Ally's spying software on foreign governments all across the world, and helped Greatest Ally capture a nuclear scientist. And who knows how many other people, by the way. There are tons of important people, including scientists who go missing every year. Is it out of the realm of possibility to say that Maxwell and Greatest Ally could be behind some of those cases when
I think it's far-fetched to drag in Israel in fucking everything because that's the whole aspects. I've been hearing this my whole life. People like Nazis stating their ideas about the use, and communists stating their ideas of the use, and leftists stating their ideas of the use, and then the right-winged conservatives that keep standing behind Israel instead. And I myself, I don't know on which side I stand, other than being grateful for the good and very strict. Promise I should get myself a real microphone. I need a real microphone. That way I don't need to have this problem. I can have a real microphone, I can have it in the mixer, I can also have real headphones again. That would be nice. Anyway,
they're literally documented to have done this before? If I were to sum it up, he was basically Greatest Ally's greatest ally. He did literally everything he possibly could in every area of society, and he is the one who wrote our educational textbooks in America. Is it just me, or is it hard to look at reality in the same way at this point?
I mean, the reason why I'm a big questioner of history is due to the fact that, including myself, I've had to live my life underneath the pretense of a massive lie that everybody accepts as reality. I believe rewriting history is something that happens all the time. I see so many lies get away every single day, as well as watch other people have to operate their lives in the confines of lies that never happen, that everybody accepts to be the truth. I do think there will become a day where questioning of our history will become a lot more mainstream than it is, but I think there's a lot more than just events in World War II that should come into question. I mean, all it takes is for one person to lie and get enough people to see it as interesting enough to continue narrating that event or narrating that number in order to get everybody else to do it, because I'll be real, human beings are lazy, and they're not going to fact check the shit that they're being taught, because why would they? That makes life less interesting.
Now here's where this
Hitler said it best. If you tell a lie enough times and loud enough, it will eventually become the truth. So something like that. So, uh, that was also something that when I had my mental awakening or whatever in 2016. It's like my my friend, he was like, you need to go to the hospital, I think. Because I told him there in front of him was a blue bucket. I told him, if I tell you that this bucket is orange enough times, you will eventually start to question yourself and after a while even present it as orange to other people. And he was like, no, I wouldn't. Yeah, you would. And and that's the whole thing. We do rewrite history all the time. Even in good societies, we rewrite history all the time. We have to rewrite history all the time because we learn new stuff about history all the time. So we have to update it. We call it updating, but it's a rewrite of history. It's like so to state that I think we do this all the time. It's like, yeah, of course we do. So it's just common sense that you rewrite history. So not only in ways so that you look better than you are, but I can't in any shape or form perceive that since the Second World War there's been a big rewrite that makes anyone look good. Because there's no side on either the Allies or the Axis side that look good. The Germans and the Soviets looks very bad though, uh, in regards to all others. But yeah, if you really look into history, because people aren't really hiding stuff. That this is also one thing that is really funny. People think that we're being lied to just because everyone doesn't know the same fucking stuff. It's like, no, we're not being lied to. Oh, you found an article in a magazine from like 60 years ago. Oh, great for you. Okay. They lied to us because it says like this and we didn't know about this. No, people knew about it 60 years ago. Those that read the magazine. Doesn't mean that everyone read the magazine at all. And when it comes to lying about things, that means you hide away information. No information in the no information in the world is currently being hidden. Have people not comprehended that? There's none trying to hide anything. And now with AI, where people have been feeding AI with everything they can lay their hands on the internet. So to be true, we should have like one AI model that is totally unbiased and just feed it with everything, all media of the world, and then everyone gets to copy from that to create specified AI versions. But that's not how we've been doing things. Instead, we have had these idiots with fucked up ideas uh, that it's like, if I want to, so you saw me look up Vey on Grok. The thing is, Grok uses like, oh, come on. Oh yeah, because it's down here. So Grok uses um, public information to profile people. Public information that anyone can access at any time, because people are sharing stuff like crazy all over the world. So it's like, but then you have these sycophants that I don't know what they're trying to do, uh, but they're basically censoring internet and other things by, if I do this, who is, well, I can take the same question here. There, copy, do this. There. You have the sycophants, they will do. Oh, it could do. Oh, usually okay, this is a first. I've checked, I've tried to check on, it's like, take Grok then, like Claude. Sometimes, sometimes the AI is really like, yeah. In many cases before, it's been, in many cases prior to this moment where I actually got a lot of information, but at the same time, barely any information. This is not an even information, to be honest. Here's a sorry letter, basically. Uh, so you can't discern anything from this because, yeah, so Grok was better because it gave you a deeper, but still not enough information to actually make a full picture. Here's a bit more information though, but yeah. I could search for others, but that's not really what I was thinking about. I
The
don't
story,
know.
it gets even
Wait.
I think there's a lot more than just events of World War II that should come into question. I mean, all it takes is to do it because I'll be real, human beings are lazy.
Oh yeah. AI helps us organize a lot of data and get fast answers to a lot of questions from that accumulated data. The problem is that there are also people that create AIs wherein they also create propaganda or fake sites, and then they are fed into the AI models, which basically corrupts the AI models on top of like uh, the the other stuff. Uh, yeah. Um, the open AI based AIs tend to be a bit more restrictive than what Grok is. You have to be you have to convince the AI in order to you basically have to manipulate and lie to the AI to make it give you the right information in some cases, which is not how you're supposed to get information. You're supposed to ask a question and then get the answer. And if it's information that you should not have access to, then there should be a warning label stating this is not appropriate, well, blah blah blah, some kind of message that is uh, um, accepted by the majority of users in the world. It's like maybe we shouldn't teach people how to make their own uh, chainsaw uh, that turns on with hydrogen and uranium. It's like maybe we should teach people about the dangers and the benefits of some chemicals, but we should not teach people how to put them together in certain ways. We could have AI models that cost a lot of money, uh, where we can also check who has access to the models in a deeper aspect than we could or can with uh, so I don't get it. Why didn't I start playing fucking music in the background? It's like, okay, I'm so off track right now, so I'm gonna go back here.
even more interesting.
Chapter
McGraw-Hill is no
5.
longer owned by Robert Maxwell anymore because Robert Maxwell actually vanished. He disappeared and supposedly died in a bizarre yacht accident where he was, well, doing this. I'm going to put that on the screen. But the story doesn't end there, and it just gets even more coincidental. Let's just put it that way. So you might be asking, who took over the legacy of Robert Maxwell, greatest allies, greatest ally, and who owns McGraw-Hill in the modern day in 2026? Well, let's look at some of the recent history of this company. In 2013, McGraw-Hill was acquired by...
I want to pause this one more time. McGraw-Hill and Robert Maxwell were affiliated through a major joint venture in educational publishing from 1989 through 1993. Jesus Christ.
a private equity firm, Apollo Global Management. just one of the most powerful companies in the entire world, and it's on the S&P 500. Now, do you know who the CEO of Apollo is?
No.
It's a man by the name of Mark Rowan. Who's Mark Rowan?
No idea.
Obviously, we can do an early life check. You'll see what you need to see there. But it's not only
Who?
one. Obviously, we can do an entire world, and it's on the S&P 500. Now, do you know who the CEO of Apollo is?
No.
It's a man by the name of Mark Rowan. Who's Mark Rowan?
No idea.
Obviously, we can do an early life.
Rowan was born in 1962. He was raised on Long Island, blah 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 blah. Nothing interesting. And then Rowan is Jewish. How? Why is that interesting even? So it says here he was born in 1962 and raised in America. Why is that? Why is this relevant information? And he was a Nazi. I was like, do we have information? It's like, what should I even search for? It's like Wikipedia to begin with, and then Rowan Atkinson. They're British comedian. No, nothing about. Oh, and he's a Caucasian. Do you know why it doesn't say he's Caucasian? Or European or whatever. Is it maybe because it's irrelevant to who he is? As much irrelevant as Rowan is Jewish. But if you are one of those that wants to play the part in the big theater of conspiracy theories, well, then it's very interesting when people are Jewish. Because we need to have someone to blame, right? The Jewish. No. There's only one thing to blame, to be honest, and that's ignorance. Ignorance, ignorance, yes.
Life check. You'll see what you need to see there. But it's not only
Who?
one. Obviously, we can do an early life.
Rose was born in 1962. Was raised in Long Island, New York. He moved to Hollywood, Florida, where he attended high school, traveled to New York.
Ethnicity, by the way. There are plenty of people who
I
are
would also like to say I don't believe that you just being Jewish innately makes you a horrible human being. I know that's what a lot of people are trying to get you to think, but no, guys, I don't think all Jews are awful.
also of that ethnicity, but they're genuinely great and amazing people. I want to say that.
That's good to hear from Tectone. Tectone seems to be very down to earth, while Way seems to be on the hunt for Red October, basically.
But this guy specifically is deeply involved in Israeli politics itself, even though he's technically an American. I think he has dual citizenship, not 100% sure about that. And he is the
Yeah, why not? I'm deeply invested in American politics. I'm Swedish. So I invest myself in what happens in America and in Israel. And I'm not even Jewish, I think. uh, and also it's like I invest myself in what happens in the European Union. It's like, well, I don't think I invest myself in the same kind of way that he does, though. because he probably have enough money and influence to actually be part of the politics for each of the countries. I do not. Like,
the guy who was literally appointed to rule over Gaza. Again, this same guy who owns Apollo Global Management, which bought out McGraw-Hill, the educational company, was appointed by the government to essentially rule over Gaza and help over.
Wait, so we're schizoing about a guy who owned a company just for 2 years. So there's a difference, Maxim. So it's not schizoing out. It's from 1989 through 1993. The father-in-law and the father of Ghislaine Maxwell and the father-in-law of Jeffrey Epstein, the most prolific child rapist, child kidnapper in the entire world, was in charge of our children's education system for a publishing sense, which means he is allowed to say what is put in there and what is not allowed to be put in there, and have the final say before shipping it to the children and what we grow up learning from our history. It's actually quite the big deal. I would hardly describe this as schizoing out because he has only stated facts so far. Modern day culture, which is, oh, I don't want to buy AT&T because Extra Emily was in an ad for them and she ran a red light.
yeah, but I get the whole thing here. They have connections to Jeffrey Epstein, which must make them pedos. And it's only pedos, and they just happen to be Jewish, and they're pedos. Unsubstantiated, though. But pedos that is in control of the educational system of America. It's like, that's how I see it framed, but being friends with a terrorist is not the same thing as being a terrorist, is it? I'm not saying that I'm not saying that people should dismiss what is said either. It's just think about how it's being framed and be a bit skeptical, even though it seems to be put in a good, neat pattern. Because pattern recognition can create false realities regardless of how much facts you actually have.
I feel like there's reasonable for the majority of people on this earth to think that they don't really want our kids learning from a book that was published by the father-in-law of the world's.
I wouldn't care if the book is factual. If the books are factual, there's nothing wrong with the books. I don't care what kind of association. It's like when I listen to music. Either the music is good or is bad. I listen to the music. I never learn anything about those that made the music. My favorite band to listen to is the Beatles. I still do not know all the names of the 4 people that is part of the band. I listen to the music because the music is good. I don't give a crap about the actual band that created the music. I know that Lennon was shot by a fan. Like, then we have Paul McCartney, and then we have Ringo Starr, John Lennon, and I don't know what the 4th is named. See? And I've been listening to and John Lennon had a wife called named Yoko Ono. So that's all the names that I know. And I've been listening to the Beatles for at least 20 years. I'm 40 now. So I've been listening to it for, yeah, at least 20 years. And I still don't know all names. I have no idea what kind of lives the other ones lived, or the lives they lived. There's a drug trip to India that inspired some of the music. And then, yeah. I know more about the Beatles than I do about other bands, to be honest. So, but I'm of the mindset either the music is good or the music is bad. And I try to remember who the artist is so that I can find the good songs again. That's basically the whole thing because my memory, I'm not really that into music, so I'm more into computers and coding and websites and games and other stuff. So so when I watch movies and TV shows and listen to music and watch anime and stuff like that, I don't know who made it. I don't care who made it. I have other friends. They're like, this movie was made by this and it was made then and with this kind of technology and they did that in the movie and stuff like that. And yeah, okay. Why do you even know that? Why is that remotely interesting for you? It's not interesting for me at all. I'm not interested. Either it's good or it's bad. Good or bad. Other is or it's not even that. Either it's entertaining in the moment or it's not, basically. So I don't care about the background of those that wrote a good book or handled a good book or published a good book. If they go to prison and that book is still in orientation and it's still factual, I'm still going to use that factual book, even if the other one, the one who published it, is sentenced to life in prison for raping children or eating them or for not even taking part in that by just being friends with a pedo. It's like, that's my stance on it. So I don't think I don't believe in the whole they did wrong, so now we're going to fuck over everyone else. So that's not really. So if one person does something bad, then you shouldn't fuck over the author and the people that actually audited the facts and everything else. Because I can with 100% certainty state that the owner of the fucking publishing company did not sit down and fact check the fucking books one by one and then write, yes, this is good propaganda for the future children of that nation. That's just retarded. Like,
most prolific child of all time. I think that's a perfectly fine question to have.
See the quote-unquote reconstruction process.
I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't want to read a book by Hassan Piker, right? So would you want your kids... I'm sure you wouldn't want your kids being taught by Hassan Piker either, so would you really want the final say publishing?
you wouldn't. It's like the Hassan Piker thing is. It's like, yeah. I I want to read Mein Kampf, but I'm not into. These breaks that happens because of these fuckers is irritating me. It's starting to irritating me. Because now it's happened like 20 times or something. Like take it's like see the video sometime when you're drunk or something, or so. Um, yeah. I want to read Mein Kampf. It does not mean I'm a Nazi or a Nazi sympathizer. So, it's just interesting. But at the same time, I'm not really that interested in reading it. That's basically why I saw a YouTube video where someone else had read it and just took some parts of it and overlaid it to how Hitler used what he had written in practice in the Second World War. So, yeah.
Hassan Piker, right? So would you want your kids... I'm sure you wouldn't want your kids being taught by Hassan Piker either, so would you really want the final say publishing from the father-in-law of the world's most prolific child?
Yeah, but instead of criticizing a fucking book, read it. Read it first and then criticize it. Like, fact check and audit it. I'm pretty sure a big publishing firm would not just publish a book that is not audited and not fact checked. It's bad business. And everyone knows that Jews do not do bad businesses. Like, there was some stereotypical anti-Semitic shit right out of my mouth. Ooh. Yeah.
Child rapist of all time?
This same guy who owns McGraw-Hill in the modern day, just like Robert Maxwell, also just so happens to be an agent or operative on behalf of Greatest Ally, and he owns the American education system. And finally, you want to know the last cherry on top, the icing on the cake, whatever the fuck you want to call it? Just recently, Apollo Global Management actually gave up control of McGraw-Hill, and he sold it to another company. It's called Platinum Equity, and it's also one of the biggest firms in the industry in the world. And then you look up who the CEO of Platinum Equity is. It's a man by the name of Tom Gores. Go on his Wikipedia. And do I even have to say it at this point?
What?
Within the first sentence.
Why is everybody Jewish, though? Like, you gotta...
Trust. Trust. That's why. Because they trust each other. Because when you have had, like, people wanting to kill you because you are a Jew, which is one of the fucking most stupidest thing I've ever come to. I can't even comprehend it. So, okay, it's like, so, I don't even know what to do with it. It's like, how, why? It has to do with the whole trust issues thing. You and also that stable homes create better opportunities, and yous have a tendency to have better homes than others because they have been oppressed for so long that they prove themselves to others and themselves by caring about each other. Like, but then you see all these rabbis that are acting very super strange, and you start to wonder why you're even thinking how you're thinking. Yeah, it's the same everywhere. You always have the fanatics and extremists around you. So I'm a vegan. There are vegans out there that are militant, total fucking retards, that destroy property and freeze animals that later on just dies or get sick. Um, uh, yeah. So like brainless people, ignorant people tend to be the most dangerous people because they cannot discern from what is right and what is wrong, and they have a great tendency to always push for what's wrong as if that is right, which is fucking retarded. But yeah, that's what happens with ignorant people.
Understand? I don't hate the Jews, but why are they in charge of everything? Legit, like, how were they? How? I mean, the odds of this is so astronomically.
No, it's not. If you think about it, if you need, like, if you think about what kind of jobs it is, it's like it's books, it's media, it's the banks. It is stuff that the Christians wouldn't touch with a 4-foot pole because they thought it was against their own religion. Then people became more and more secular and started to also work in these realms of gossip and depth, debts and debt collecting and money lending and stuff like that, which is kind of immoral to a lot of people. So yes, is it just me or does it die more often? It's like, uh, yeah. So the world in some nations became more secularized, and when that happened, it's been growing over time, and education has become better since youth got into the lending and media. They earned a lot of money, which made it possible for for themselves and many of their relatives to go to better schools and get higher education. So it's not that difficult if you start to think about it logically and with reason. It's like money helps you get to places. And while the Jewish population isn't that big, it still has a big influence on the world because it was they were almost forced into professions, almost forced into the professions that was also the most lucrative and influential. Something that people kind of missed at the time, probably. But yeah, and so it's very logical. We have insanely decrepit people all over the world, regardless of who they are, or regardless of their religion or heritage or gene pool, whatever. Um, there's going to exist immoral people for as long as there's ignorance. So if people are less ignorant, they will quickly comprehend that what what they're thinking isn't really fully the full story, is it? So
Wow.
When it comes to the implications of all this, you can be the judge for yourself. You can speculate however you want. But at the very least, based on the facts that I've presented and are very easily searchable for yourself too, we've established that some of the key figures behind the educational publishing industry in America have very sketchy backgrounds.
so everyone has sketchy backgrounds when they when you have a lot of money, you'll have to have worked with or for or together. So it's like, well, with or for others with questionable backgrounds, which would make you, uh, well, your actions kind of questionable too. And that's, mm, and on top of that, when you have people that can't do basic math or comprehend basic uh, economics, that's where the bigger problems come in. Because people that do not comprehend basic uh, economics tend to want to overtax people. Oh, they're rich. I want to have all their monies. Like, and it's because of these greedy, ignorant people that the rich either start to do sketchy stuff or they just move to another country that is a bit less ignorant. The, and this is why the rich people tend to move around on the globe all the time, which is hilarious.
And coincidental ties to greatest ally. And I do want to say for the record, though, that that doesn't necessarily mean that
But it's not coincidental, though, is it? If they're used, they will have a connection to the fucking homeland. So it's like, whether you want it or not, use will always have a direct connection to that part of the Middle East. So it's just ignorant trying to fool yourself that it's a magical connection that they just have. It's the whole like spy shit that was interesting though, but yeah, the
everything they taught us from those
most
textbooks was factually wrong. Like, it doesn't mean.
yeah. So let's see here.
And I do want to say for the record, though, that that doesn't necessarily mean that everything they taught us from those textbooks was factually wrong. Like, it doesn't mean that math textbooks published by McGraw-Hill are wrong for saying that 2 times 2 is 4, or that science textbooks are wrong for saying the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. But I think it's reasonable to say that when it comes to more subjective areas of study, like history and social studies, it does undeniably call into question some of the narratives we were taught to believe
I
ever since a
absolutely
young
agree.
age. Again, it doesn't automatically mean that everything was wrong, but it does raise the real possibility and concern that certain
I think that would be a very fun stream. Would be to get one of these history books from 1990, bring in a modern history expert, and talk to them about what was in our books back then versus what actually happened. I think that could be a very, very fun stream and or video. That sounds fucking dope.
teachings and certain beliefs
Yeah, that would be very interesting to have a real academic historian and a teacher maybe that uses the textbooks of today, and then have some like meta historians, it's like internet, Google Earth historians and stuff like that, or Google Earth archaeologists and stuff like that. Have a group of people from different kind, different sides of the whole history spectrum, and have them put together the real history. And the funny thing is, when you put together lots and lots of real history, it kind of goes very well together with, well, book history. The only one thing that I don't think that there's going to be any major discrepancies in the history lessons, uh, or how they portray um, it's like the communists and stuff like that. We have alternative information about about Hitler and the Second World War, though, like Hitler, the greatest story never told, for one. There's a 6.5 hour long documentary made by Nazis, so it's a Nazi propaganda video. Still interesting to watch, so that you can then watch the. It's from my point of view, it's very important to look at um, all oppositions. It's like in order to have a balanced and average um, to get a bit of a reality check. It's like um, I think there's a lot of things regarding the Second World War that is not discussed, but at the same time, the Second World War is a dense part of European history. So it takes many, 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 many hours to delve deep in it. So basically, maybe we need people who look at all the material that the Nazis has shown or chosen to put together, and then you watch all the material that the anti-fascists have put together, and then you might have um, well, the anti-fascists will make it extremist to the other. Oh, I'm so irritated. Okay, I would say that it would be very interesting to see like or have a group of 10 or something sit and watch the same stuff that has been made by people on YouTube regarding the Second World War, and then from that discern what's truly real and not regarding the history of Nazi Germany and the history surrounding or the stories surrounding the the national uh, the the Nazi Germany forces and stuff like that. We know a lot of it and regarding it, but not everything. It's like we also have all the conspiracies uh, regarding um, how the Russians and Americans took uh, German or not Nazi scientists over to their countries to keep on some of the researches that they had done in Germany. And then we also have um, uh, well, there's a lot of stuff to dig deep into. Well, it would be interesting to have both sides of the story, both the pro and anti version, and combine it, and then make that into a more sterilized, true story um, that you teach everyone in the Western world, basically. Uh, a dense, like 2 hour movie or something, um, or or a longer documentary of some kind, which then the students will have to go through and discuss or something. But it should also be done with Soviet and China and Vietnam and a lot of other stuff or places. And maybe even delve deeper when it comes to history, make more history classes wherein you can delve into African history and European history and Middle Eastern history and Asian history and American history, Native American history, uh, Native Scandinavian history, so stuff like that. It's like, so if you want to, if you're supposed to be a historian, you need reliable information, then the reliable information needs to be at your fingertips at all times. Uh, and you can't have a filtered reality that you then teach others. Because as soon as, also, if you want to have a stable society, you can't lie to them. Because as soon as you start to lie to the people through the everyday um, mediums that you have to portray stories through, then you're fucked. It's a little bit like how the news channels in the US and other places here in Europe aren't fully, they don't have the same kind of support they had like 20 years ago, uh, because, well, after 2000, the 2015 immigrant waves, and media journalists working together with the police and politicians to hide away very fucking important information. Same now, there's documentation coming out about Keir Starmer full well knew about the Pakistani grooming gangs in, so, like 10 years ago already, and have barely done anything to it. As that that's fucked up. And yeah, that's probably why he's going to step down now, because a lot of the stuff is surfacing now. People aren't willing to shut their traps to perform like a monkey in front of people anymore. So the yeah,
beliefs we were inculcated with during our formative years of childhood may have been framed in certain ways for certain ends, aka.
And also understanding how the United States was taught history versus how other countries were taught our history. There's a lot of huge differences. Like a lot of huge differences.
Dare I say, not fully neutral and objective, and possibly having some kind of semblance of an agenda. There's something.
when it comes to American history lessons and stuff like that, I have no idea uh, what they are actually like. So I haven't seen any videos where a history lesson is displayed, so I have no idea how it's taught there. Here in Europe, we're very we learn about our own country, we learn about others. We don't really delve into our own country that much, I feel, because I did not know. So I saw a video where I learned the whole procession of the Swedish kings, and that was not something that I learned in school. So because the wars, the Cuba crisis and the Middle Eastern wars and the wars in the wars with the Germans and the Brits and Americans, the Second World War basically, and then the Cold War and all of that. We learned about that, but we didn't learn much from Swedish history. It's like I didn't know that Sweden was one of the biggest uh, I don't know how to put it in words actually, but uh, we were a warrior nation basically up until like 200 years ago, where we suddenly got grew tired of fighting, I suppose, because the king at the time fought like two fronts and lost the war, something like that. I can't, I don't really remember what it was. But anyway, we started to take a stance of being neutral, and I think that from when we started to focus more on trading rather than fighting and expanding our empire. So, like, I think it was well, it was the last century where we actually started to give back uh, countries or separate parts of Sweden into new countries or back to former countries again. So like Norway was no longer Swedish, and then we have the Baltic states was here, do your own thing basically. So yeah, I don't know. So maybe some guilt and shame or something. I have no idea why they did that. I think that we would have been a lot stronger if we kept together. But at the same time, it's like Norwegian culture got really strong after they got to become their own country again. So yeah.
There for sure. And again, you can be the judge of that. You can speculate for yourself. Feel free to leave your ideas in the comments. But if anything, I not only hope that you learned something new from this video, but I hope that it also inspires you to seek out truth for yourself instead of relying on any authority figures or institutions to trust, like the education system even. And this is coming from me, by the way, if you know my story. I've been through this education system. I've seen it firsthand myself. Not to brag, but I went to what was ranked as the #1 public magnet high school in the country at the time. I studied at the University of Michigan, which is arguably
Yeah, what the school is in the US now and what it was like it's like 15, 20 years ago or even 30 years ago, it's not the same. So right now we're in we're in a major, I don't know, delusional wave. I have no idea how to put it, to be honest. It feels a bit like it is a delusional wave where you have first you had the feminist waves, and after that you had the homosexuals, like truly starting up bigger things, bigger events and stuff like that. But I haven't cared much about that. But it was later on when the strange people came in, the mentally ill people got part in well, kind of occupied the the minorities by seeking attention and stuff like that, queers and trans and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not gonna go into that. I'm not against people, so I'm just against the ideas of um well, that people are basically playing the role of Mengele in order to experiment on the children. Uh, so, and also the whole manipulative schooling, wherein people get confused about their own gender and gender. They just want. It's like
the best public college in the country, and I graduated with a degree in applied physics. I've been in this world. I've made it to the top of it. And I've seen, through my own experiences and now my own research, that the education system in this country in many ways is useful, but is also deeply flawed and deeply politicized in what I believe is a bizarre way. And looking deeper, as we've just done in this video, it's no surprise to see that the education system, but also just any authority figures and institutions in general, may be deeply stained. But again, just to reiterate, it's so important, especially in this day and age, to seek out truth for yourself. Because even on a deeper philosophical and psychological level, it's what we were born to do. We as humans were born with observational skills and the ability to critically think and logically reason, and the ability to discern and come up with our own conclusions, instead of placing blind trust in what Big Brother tells us. So why not use that innate skill to the best of our abilities? That's part of becoming the best versions of ourselves.
well, the pattern recognition skills that we have, they are there to save us from dying. Oh, 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 the grass is moving. I know that when the grass is moving, that is dangerous. Let's climb a tree or run for your life. Like, yeah, that kind of observational skills. It's like we do not have the observational capabilities and such that is truly needed for this kind of society that we live in now. It's like the pattern recognition that some of us have in a higher degree or lower degree it's a spectrum, but the pattern recognition that some have over others are, I think that instead of the world that was a world of warriors, it started to become a war of the minds instead. It's a philosophical war zone where people try to influence the world because of their trust issues and their uh, there's a lot of variables. So yeah, there's more than just trust issues, but we don't need to go into that.
And it's, of course, especially important right now because we are living in the age of deception.
True.
So when in doubt, it's important to trust yourself.
I don't think we live in a world of deception or time of deception. I don't. Well, in a way we actually do. So like when it comes to propaganda. But other than that, it's like nope, no deception. But then again, we have the Muslims. There are Muslim sleeper cells, and they are very deceptive because they play the role of the perfect Muslim who's kind of nice to everyone, and then one day, bam, you're stuck with the ultimatum, uh, convert or die. It's like it doesn't feel like that would be reality in this day and age, especially not from for me that is a citizen of a nation that hasn't seen war for 200 years. It's like that that becomes a bit problematic actually. It's like I think we've become too laid back. Had so much time to think and reason and uh, yeah.
And seek out information on your own. And along that journey, you might just so happen to find some really interesting stuff and many googie coincidences. Am I being a dick?
Now, what I will say is that we do absolutely live in the age of deception. It no longer matters what is actually real. It only matters what you can get people to believe is the truth. And this is the reason why I've taken Stoicism so very seriously in the way that I live my life now, because it teaches you to approach everything with skepticism, because there is many incentivizations to lie to the general public in order to get them to do exactly what you want them to do. And I do think it is very scary to understand what the kids are being taught. I mean, look at the difference between America in the 1980s versus now. Look at the difference between our children just 10 years ago to how they are now. And I think it's, not.
When it comes to America, it's especially scary, to be honest. But I think that has less to do with some pedos than it has to do with the the politics of US, because it's been the whole, well, there are allegedly so that Epstein pushed the whole trans agenda, uh, and put a lot of money into the uh, grassroots, and it's these extremist groups that's been preaching to universities and colleges and schools all over America. Uh, Personally, if I were a dictator, I would probably just put them in a concentration camp. And, well, or put them on an island and without trees and then let them live out their life there. So, like, live in exile, you decrepit extremists. I don't know how to deal with it. I'm a pacifist. So I don't want to uh, kill people, but yeah. So exile is one way of dealing with things, but it's not really dealing with the problem, is it? It's like because it's a war of ideas. And the only way to break an idea is to show them the ignorance. And for someone who's totally cognitively dissonant, you will not be able to teach them anything that they don't want to take in themselves. So maybe concentration camp with information isn't wrong. Like maybe, well, I know that the left hates Charlie Kirk, so maybe play a lot of Charlie Kirk videos till they actually comprehend what he says. But yeah, because that's the whole other aspect of being ignorant. You're not capable of comprehending um, what others say because you have not worked on yourself to the degree that you can actually um, I should put it, you can't distance yourself from what others express. Like, yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It's like, let's
going
see
in a good
his.
direction. That was a great video. Everybody will give that go check out his channel, give him a like, give him a subscribe, because that was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, what a scary time it is. But if you can, I do think homeschooling children is the way of the future, because right now it's too incentivized to make your child a brainless retard.
No, so we're gonna like it because he had some concerns and stuff. Um, this is now I can do this. So, fuck it. There. Now I have sound in my earphones or headphones. Headphones. This is earphones. Buds. Oh, well. Mm, how the fuck did I make a 30-minute long video out to be a 4.5 hour commentary? Like, yeah. I really get riled up sometimes, and yeah, I don't get it why it does this though. So it desyncs and then syncs. Like, it could be the camera. It's like the wireless is yeah. Anyway, uh, that's it for me. Thank you for we can take the main, so we can take the intro. It's like there. Thank you for not watching the latest episode of Impulsive Compulsion here at Question the Truth. The episode was the Jewish world, and yeah, my motto is always question the truth. We don't know the truth, so we have to question it. It's the time we live in, so start questioning it. Anyway, thank you for not listening. See you next time.